Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our resumption of regular council meetings. Had a little time off in August, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. I'm going to call us to order and begin by inviting you to stand if you're able and sing "O Canada." I'm going to call on Councillor Forder to read our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, gladly. We would like to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash Unceded First Nation and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. We also recognize the Métis, whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. We extend our gratitude to all Anishinaabe and Métis people and their descendants, past, present, and future, who continue to care for and inhabit these lands and tend these waters.
Thank you, Councillor. And now I'll just invite you to join us in a moment of silent reflection on our business today. Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Councillor Uhrig?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Point 10 point B of the MCF agreement, I will be recusing myself for that.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. 9.2B, the H5 removal for bay bounds. Reason being that the property where I live abuts to the bay bounds development.
Right. Councillor Forder?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I will be declaring interest on item 7A. I understand it is just a presentation, but under the advice of the Integrity Commissioner, I will be declaring. Thank you.
Okay. You are in the pet business. And I should have just acknowledged that we have no longer have Councillor Bartley. He is no longer a councillor with us, but I do note that we have quorum. Announcements around the horseshoe. Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to see so many people with us in the audience today. I thought I'd start by providing just a very brief overview from the AMO conference. Our CAO, Sean Everett, attended, as did Councillor Uhrig, and I know Councillor Uhrig will have some comments as well. So I'll try to just cover a couple of the things that I felt were particularly important. The first session I attended was entitled Growing Wisely, which was really excellent. Although it seems like common sense, it was good to be mindful of how we would go about growing wisely. And the recommendation certainly was that council priorities and our master plans and directions to staff all of these actions must be in alignment while encouraging alignment with public engagement and always being transparent. So said in another way, the line of sight from council to strategies, master plans, budget, and asset management must be in line. The second session was a bit out of the box for AMO, I felt, but it was entitled Building a Culture of Human Connection to Thrive. And the statistics that really caught my attention was that 52% of Canadians report feeling lonely on a daily basis. That was an eye-opener. Social health really is critical. And the speaker suggests that loneliness may be the next epidemic, and technology certainly has played a role in that. So again, it's for us to be mindful of the people around us and stepping up to provide assistance whenever we feel that that may be needed. We did attend some delegations. We had two here in the municipality of Meaford. I did attend one with the county as well, as did CAO Everett. We met with Sylvia Jones along with other county council members, and this was led by the city of Owen Sound, and they were talking about, in essence, the need for support for nurse practitioners. We met as a municipality with Minister Jones, and we talked about the need for support for a family health team here in Meaford. The minister acknowledged that the system that was provided in the spring, whereby they worked with postal codes, really turned out not to be that efficient. So we're hoping for better success in the next round this September. And we also met with the Minister of Energy, and there's a letter in our communications that references that. But that delegation was very wisely led by our CAO, and I'll leave that for Sean to speak to that if he wishes to. Councillor Urick and I also attended a fireside chat with Minister Stephen Lecce, where we had the opportunity to have a few minutes with the minister and reiterated our conditional support for the TC Energy project and thanked him for the provincial funding to go forward with a study that will be underway here shortly to look at social and economic impacts. So anyway, I will leave it there and allow Councillor Urick certainly to add to that, as well as our CAO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Keaveney, and thank you everyone who attended AMO for your time and efforts, because I think it was, by all reports from Grey County and our own, a very, very successful conference with a lot of close cooperation with various ministries. So, Councillor Urick?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and yeah, piggybacking on Deputy Mayor's remarks, and yes, I agree. I think it was a very valuable. I never understand, sure, when I come back, whether I find it more invigorating or frustrating, just because there's so many positives and there's so many negatives. But in concert with what Shirley had said, so I also attended a youth networking breakfast, which was really, really interesting because they do it every year, and they had a very engaging and impressive young three youths that represent various municipalities that they're heavily engaged in. And they do really talk about trying to engage youth more. And I thought there are a number of councils that have one or two youth council members. It's something I think we should really strive for, because it does breed that next generation of our leaders. So it was quite good. Attended a modernizing beverage recovery concurrent session that was quite fascinating. And I know this has been discussed before, but it's something that I really want to bring forward at some point and push, because statistically, BC's recovery on a deposit recovery system of recyclable items is about 82%, which represents about 25 billion containers recycled. Which represents over 126,000 tons of CO2. Ontario only does 50%, which is the lowest in the country. So it's always kind of disgusting that we're the largest user and we're the worst recycler. So it's something that I know that Beaches East York MPP Mary Margaret McMahon is requesting support for Bill 225. To enable Ontario to work with BC to try and improve that. And I think I'm going to definitely touch base with her and figure out a way that we can support that. Also, interestingly, attended a concurrent session on arts and culture and local economic development. This one obviously screamed to me, very interesting. It was also the first time AMO's done something like this in that field, and it generated massive interest. It was, by all accounts, very popular and very informational. I'm not going to delve into too much about it right now, because we are going to be discussing that at our Growing Our Economy meeting coming up in a week and a half, and then that report will come back to this. So we'll kind of table that till then. Shockingly, there was tariff talk. conference ended with a very interesting and informative panel discussion titled Trade and Tariffs, Short-Term Risks and Long-Term Opportunities. And the panel was comprised of Tony Stillo, who is the Director of Canada Economics, Matt Siamatiki, and I'm not going to do that right, Director of the Infrastructure Institute at University of Toronto, and Matt Cisco, the Mayor of City of St. Catharines. Very, very fascinating conversation about the power of buying Canadian, although we have to be careful about putting all eggs in one basket, needs to be still international. Anyway, that can be viewed on TVO, and I would encourage anybody that wants to find out a little bit more information that they visit that and find the panel discussion titled Trade and Tariffs, Short-Term Risks, Long-Term Opportunities for AMO. Thank you.
Any other comments from our side? Another one?
I'm going to go local. So the 19th edition of the Meaford International Film Festival is coming up in less than 2 weeks. So this is the Meaford Culture Foundation's principal fundraiser that raises money to put back into Meaford Hall as well into local arts and culture. And so there on September 18th, there will be a red carpet gala. And then from the 19th to 21st, 6 films over 3 days with dinners, after parties, and the interviews with some of the people that have made the films. So I encourage you, if you haven't got tickets yet, if you're interested in local arts and culture and supporting local arts and culture, that you could visit meafordfilmfestival.ca, find out more information on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So over to the other side of the horseshoe, and I'll ask CAO Everett if you have something to report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess just as a follow-up to the Deputy Mayor's point around AMO, we did have a delegation with the Ministry of Health as well as the Ministry of Energy and Mines. I will say that both delegations I felt were very worthy of the effort putting in. I know a number of our neighboring municipalities also were in front of Ministry of Health to talk about physician recruitment, something that this region definitely is having issues with. I will say that the Ministry of Energy and Mines, the benefit that we had with that group that we presented to was the one individual who the TC Energy project, it's actually their file. So we were able to have a discussion with that individual, and then also had an opportunity afterwards to have a few minutes, and felt really confident that they are taking this project very seriously, really extended the open door sort of connection with the province. So that was a huge win, getting that delegation and making that connection at the provincial level. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Anyone else on the other side? Okay, then we'll move on to public participation. Members of the public are encouraged to provide council with their comments and questions. Presentations must be prearranged with legislative services before the agenda is released and are limited to 10 minutes. If a member of the public wishes to make a deputation on items on the council agenda or to ask a public question of council, they may do so either in person at the council chambers or remotely via Zoom, either phone or internet. Members of the public wishing to make a deputation or ask a public question must register in advance with Legislative Services by 10 in the morning on the day of the council meeting. And you can do that by contacting clerk@meaford.ca or calling 519-538-1060, extension 1100. An email with access information will be sent to those who register for remote participation. Deputations are limited to 5 minutes and public questions are limited to 2 minutes. And a reminder that the public can watch this meeting live via the Municipality of Meaford's YouTube channel, www.meaford.ca/YouTube. So we have a couple of presentations today, and I'm pleased to invite to the podium there, on behalf of the Georgian Triangle Humane Society, Erin Tuckey. Sorry, and Karen, thank you.
town staff. Yeah, and yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for inviting us back. My name is Karen Marsh. I'm the Executive Director of the Georgian Triangle Humane Society. And I have with me Erin Tuckey today, who is our Capital Campaign Manager. This year, this is the first time, the first municipality, by the way, that lets us forward our own slides. So that's great. It doesn't, yeah, there we go.
We're
last-
progressive in Meaford.
Yeah, you're cutting edge. It's nice for the flow. Last year we celebrated 25 years of Second Chances. A lot of people don't know that we've been around for this long. In 1999, we had planned to service about 500 pets, and now we're doing a lot more than that. We're tripling that. We are an animal shelter, as everyone knows, and I know that we have a number of pet lovers on at this town council and people who understand what we do. So I won't go through all of our programming, but we do, of course, provide we adopt out unwanted animals, obviously, but we provide a shelter for animals who have been identified as victims of abuse and neglect. We have rehab programs, we have vaccines, microchips, and of course the spay neuter. And we give opportunities to about 350 volunteers every year. Community services is something else that we're very proud of, that we service our municipalities as pound facilities. We do that for Meaford, of course, and that's where we can reunite stray animals with their families or find them new homes, which promotes healthier lives for pets and people. Last year, we took about 320 stray dogs from our 4 municipalities and helped an additional 3,000 through our emergency services and performed 1,500 surgeries for population control, of course. Community engagement speaks to what you were mentioning with your conference, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Urick, is we recognize stats like that it is staggering to know that 50% of Canadians, a little bit more than that, say that they're lonely. And we know that the human animal bond is something that addresses those feelings of loneliness, and engage youth, which is also very important. So those things are very near and dear to our heart. We look at community engagement as an opportunity to empower our residents by offering easy access to our services and understand that the human animal bond is a catalyst for interpersonal relationships with people. It reduces those feelings of loneliness and depression and leads to a plethora, which of course leads to all kinds of issues around mental health. So we want to create a stronger, more compassionate community that will continue to engage in the future, looking at our youth as our future citizens and how we can change things for the better. We also have, of course, our pet support services, which is understood. These are all the stats that you can look at for what we do for the spay neuter surgeries, for the sheltering and fostering and adoptions. And at this time in our life of 25 years, we are finally out of space. We can no longer create more space out of nothing. Daily, monthly, yearly, I think you probably hear us in the news and talking to different media outlets. We are out of space. Our capacity is overwhelming. We can't meet the demands of the community. So we are building a new facility because our facility no longer meets the operational needs that we have for animals. As you can see, that's the hallway in that middle picture. Animals are recovering next to one another. The dogs and cats, which isn't always ideal, dogs and cats in the garage as well as in the hospital space. And we have a lot of volunteers that spend most of their shifts on their knees at accessing those animals to help them come out of anesthetic. We need a new roof, we need new flooring, new kennels. We battle mold when it rains, and we are experiencing more and more zoonotic disease outbreaks, and those are diseases that can be transferred from animals to humans. Just because we can't control, as we used to be able to with the numbers that are coming in, that biological component. We do our best, but we have to shut down when we can't, and that means we can't service. So we are hoping that the municipality of Meaford will be able to help us out with our needs, and that's when Erin's going to talk. Now, this is Erin Tuckey, our Youth Capital Campaign.
The good news is that we live in a place that loves pets. 80% of pet owners consider their pets a member of their family. And the latest stats tell us that 38% of current pet owners have decided to choose having pets over having children. With this kind of data in front of us, we need to think into the future and plan ahead to build a facility that will meet the needs of our community residents. I'm sure most of you will agree that we are considered a pillar in our communities. We bolster the local economy by attracting and servicing visitors from surrounding areas and the GTA. We provide volunteer and employment opportunities and bring new energy and resources to each of our 6 municipalities. We have over 15,000 supporters. We raise $1.3 million each year from our community, and we make up the other half of our operational needs through social enterprise. It's been a long journey, 25 years, as Karen mentioned, and we're very close to realizing our dream of a new regional center in the next 2 years. With your support, we know we can get there. This proposed center will serve as a multi-purpose regional hub that addresses the intersecting needs of animal welfare, community health, and education. It will include a state-of-the-art animal care and adoption facility, a training and education center for pet owners, volunteers, and veterinary and animal care students, and community programming spaces for therapy animals, youth education, and seniors wellness. We know that you understand how important our work is and the vital role we play as a municipal partner. We hope you will consider our ask today because of our alignment and shared responsibility to the residents and pets of the municipality of Meaford. In 2011, Ottawa Humane Society embarked upon a capital campaign, receiving $2 million in municipal support, 3% of their total goal. In 2017, Peterborough received $1.5 million from local government, which was about 1.5% of their total goal. And in 2024, the Regina Humane Society was given $13 million in government funding, an incredible 46% of their goal. The RCPP is envisioned as a regional facility, and we are engaging with municipalities across Grey and Simcoe counties. Shared investment and collaboration will reduce the financial burden on individual municipalities, promote consistent standards in animal welfare and public education, and enable a scalable solution that grows with our region. We will continue to serve as the municipality's designated pound, and we commit to expanding our services together where needed. We are thrilled to announce that the town of Collingwood, Wasaga Beach, and Clearview have publicly committed to supporting our campaign over the next 10 years. We respectfully request that this council seriously consider becoming our 4th municipal partner to show that you are aligned with the GTS and that you support our shared responsibility in supporting public health, wellness, and safety. We're asking for a financial commitment of $9,375 per year over the next 10 years for a total of $93,750. This amount represents 0.5% of the total capital cost and 6.7% of the combined municipal request of $1.4 million. We hope that council and staff consider this request as part of the 2026 budget development. This center will provide improved access to services for your residents, especially seniors and families, support for animal control, sheltering, and bylaw enforcement partnerships, tourism, and economic development opportunities through events, training, and partnerships. The bond between people and pets is not just emotional, it's a public health and community building asset. By supporting this initiative, the municipality of Meaford can be a leader in a compassionate, forward-thinking regional approach to animal and community well-being. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. We welcome your questions, and we would be honored to work collaboratively toward making this vision a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Erin and Karen. Questions from council? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And not really a question, but I wanted to thank you both. I know it's the second time that you've come to this council requesting support, and we appreciate that. I mean, the work you do is amazing and very, very necessary, and we understand that the majority of our pets do come to the Georgian Triangle rather than to the Owen Sound service. So I would just like to suggest that we will strongly consider a motion to support your request, and we will ask staff to bring us a report and make a recommendation for us for the 2026 budget. So
Thank you so
thanks.
much.
Thank you.
That's great.
So I would say that this is maybe the third or maybe even the fourth visit. But anyway, I want to thank you too for breaking this down and showing us the statistics that will really make it much easier for us to support this. And we greatly appreciate your visit.
Thank you. We really appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Our next deputy, or at least presentation, I'd like to call Hugh Grafton, who lives on Fuller Street, to the podium. Is his microphone on? Okay, good. Go ahead.
Mayor Kentner and council, I'm here to discuss Fuller Street, specifically the east side of Fuller Street from Bridge Street to the harbor. I'm just going to show you some shots. Will I just press that center button? We'll arrow up. So in this shot, this is actually taken on St. Vincent Street about a week ago. This is kind of what the east side of Fuller Street looked like when we moved there. The cars were clipping the branches. They did the trimming. The cars and trucks as they went by did all the trimming of the hedges and stuff. So just give you another shot. There's another look like it was right out over the road. So 20 years, we've been fiddling away at that far side. We've been chewing away at it, grubbing away, getting the roots out, getting the rocks out. After 20 years of work, just 1 second here. I can't get it forward. Okay. After 20 years of work, we got it looking something like that. We had a 6-foot wide, smooth mown, manicured walkway. We had flowers, we had trim shrubs. I won't even go into all the flowers there. The town decided 3 years ago, for some reason, could you just forward there? There's a few shots just to give you the general impression of what it looked like. And if you could continue clicking forward, Holly. Now, the town shows up 3 years ago. They bring their great big tractor in with that big yellow arm on it, and they smash everything down, everything flat to the ground, destroy it all. And in order to reach the very last flowers, which were 22 feet from the roadway, they drove the tractor right down through the grass walkway, right past the culvert, and made a huge ditch in there. So now it's unusable for even a walkway. So they've created a safety concern here. Could you just another shot just so people can appreciate? Yeah, this is what they left. This is what they leave when they come. This is 3 years they've come down and done it. We had the CAO last year come down. She took one look. She said very quietly, she said, the town did this? I said, yeah, the town did this. She assured us it wouldn't happen again. Well, this year, the day before the boat club hosted the Georgian Bay Regatta, the town comes down and smashes everything all to pulp and flinders again. And we want it to stop. We keep that cut 6 feet clear on the grass, and all the brush is kept 8 feet clear from the roadway. It's completely clear. The sight lines, there is nothing. There is no reason for them to be coming down there in any way for any reason. And this has gone on for 3 years. They've completely destroyed what we've managed to create. I want to stop. I want an agreement with the town, a maintenance agreement. You keep your people away, and we will continue looking after it to the high standard we looked after it for 20 years. And that's what we're asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugh. I think that is it for the public portion. We don't have any deputations. Were there any public questions? I don't think so. Okay, we'll move along then. Council inquiries. Who's going to start the ball rolling? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll begin. A question for our CIO, if I may. We heard the announcement from our Prime Minister, Mark Carney, on Friday, and part of that was the decision by the federal government to go forward with a Buy Canadian procurement policy. And he did suggest in his comments that he wanted that policy to be considered by provinces and municipalities as well. So I just wondered if there was any thinking on your part, Mr. CAO, as to how we might approach that here in Meaford.
Thank you for the question. As far as the municipality being able to implement those changes that the Prime Minister had identified, we would have to take a look at our own purchasing and procurement policy, which is set by council. I believe right now the purchasing policy would preclude us from looking at only receiving pricing or procurement from Canada only. But that being said, looking to get more information as to the legalities of municipalities doing that. The other thing that concerns me about making changes to the purchasing and procurement policy is, and I've seen this before, where you start limiting the ability of groups or different areas from purchasing. One would suggest with the tariff talks and just the economic situation, one would suggest Canadian companies might have the benefit of having much lower prices than the American counterparts or other international counterparts. So we'd want to look at, there's the optics of making that change, but it's also making sure that that change is based on just the right economic move. More than happy to have that discussion with staff in regards to what changes would have to be made, but ultimately, and I'll say this for the benefit of the public watching as well, those changes would be at the approval of council. Staff does not make those changes. It would be at the decision of council on how those changes would be made. Hopefully that's helpful.
Just before we move on, Councillor Yurg, we've discussed this a little bit, and I'd like you to make the point, Sean, if you will, about the fact that the Municipal Act is pretty specific about our ability to pick and choose who we're going to do business with.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Municipal Act, as well as, again, our own purchasing policy, which is best practice. But the municipality cannot provide preferential treatment to specific companies for that transparency and accountability. So we are tied, and I'm very interested to see how the federal government looks at changing those policies for themselves, which then one would suggest some of that would be able to be applicable to the lower tier municipalities.
Thank you. Councillor Yurg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Sean. Yeah, I agree with all that. My question, I guess, is, have we ever done a study to see realistically the overall Canadian economy already buys 75 to 80% Canadian already? A lot of people don't realize that, because the big things that get all the oxygen tend to be oil and a lot of things that people do not realize. So have we done a study to actually realize if and what we actually buy that isn't Canadian? Because you could be chasing something that is kind of irrelevant, because if it's not really a big factor, then why are we chasing it?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Yurg, to my knowledge, the municipality hasn't went into that detail. But it is something that, for instance, buying a fire truck, those ones, it'll be very interesting, because with the tariffs, one would suggest that buying an American fire truck, when you're talking a million and a half, there'll be some significant impacts to that when there are some Canadian manufacturers. Now, that being said, how much of that material is being brought in from the States, so tariffs may impact that as well. So, but it would be an interesting process to look at moving forward, what we are purchasing and what is what is Canadian made.
Well, I think Councillor Greenfield was next.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to our Director of Transportation, Fleet, Equipment and Operations, Mr. Priest. Did I get everything in that list, Jeff? I hope. Just wanted to ask Jeff for an update on three projects, roads related. The 11th line of the former St. Vincent, third line, part of it anyway, of the former St. Vincent, and Aiken Street. How are we doing on those projects?
Thanks, Councillor Greenfield, through you, Mr. Mayor. The 11th line finished up last week. They were just finishing some just minor details, adjusting entrances and stuff like that last week, so it should be all completed currently. The third line, the culverts were all installed 2 weeks ago. We just Joel had a site meeting with them last week. They're going to do some pulverizing in the near future, and that will include Aiken Street. So Aiken Street hasn't started yet, but when Cox gets back on site to finish the pulverizing and reshaping of the third line, they will go to Aiken Street at the same time.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to CIO, probably. On the Tuesday morning following the long weekend, I was down at the harbor having my morning quiet time before I begin my day. And I noticed at that time a barge came into the harbor with 2 excavators on it. And on Thursday, I was at the bank and decided, well, I'll take a little side trip back to my business, went down by the harbor, and I saw that the barge and the excavators, they were at work in the mouth of the harbor. I'm just asking if we could have an update on the progress of that work for that project, clearing out the harbor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bell, and through you, Mr. Mayor. In regards to the work taking place in water, so we were able to work with the contractor as well as Richardson Boat Works to be able to move forward with the pushing of material. We're not removing any of the material. We're just pushing the material to at least allow for safe transport for the end of season boat removal. The larger project is being considered in 2026, which would be the full dredge, which would require the removal of material as well as the getting the material off site. So that process is underway. We are hoping that by the end of this week, that work is complete, and that would allow those boats to get over to the boat lift.
Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And one more inquiry, if I may, for CAO Everett or perhaps for Acting Director Freeze. Lakeview Cemetery, I just wanted to say thank you for getting that entrance fountain working. That is really, really appreciated. And I just wanted to ask if there was any update on the central fountain.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Council will be seeing a report that comes forward on the 22nd of September that provides some additional information. I want to thank Jeff and his team for being able to at least get the main entrance fountain operational. The second fountain, I think there's some options that, from a staff perspective, we think would be beneficial for council to consider through that report for the ultimate or the optimum use of the lands available. I know that report is 99% done. So on the 22nd, we'll look at bringing that forward and giving council some opportunities to consider the next steps.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to follow the Deputy Mayor's comments. I heard the announcement from staff about the repair of the fountain. I went up there this morning and I paused at the little fountain, and it does have a
at least it had a psychological effect on myself with family up there, that it does give a calming effect. It makes you enter into that solemn ground, just a little nicer. And, they did a nice job on the pond part, the painting with the rocks. And it doesn't have to be a huge fountain to have that effect. So I echo the deputy mayor's remarks and thank staff for getting that portion complete. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no more council questions, we'll move on to the consent agenda. And we have two items, and I just ask for what's your pleasure. We can take them individually or pass them as at one time. You'd let one go will do? Okay, then I will read them both. The first recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve the sale and disposition of municipal land identified as John Street and Block E, Plan 935 in the municipality of Meaford at the sale price of $13,000 as determined by the appraisal completed by HG appraisers, plus all legal costs to complete the sale and drafting the agreement of purchase and sale. And two, authorize the mayor and clerk to execute all required documents to complete the sale and transfer of land identified as John Street and Block E, Plan 935 in the municipality of Meaford. The second, the recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford support issuing a statement of municipal concurrence for the installation of a new telecommunications facility at 065310 Foreside Road for internet service to the community. A mover and a seconder for these two motions, Councillor Uhrig and Councillor Forder. Any discussion? Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. On the purchasing of unopened road allowances, I'm just going to suggest we can't really do anything with this one here, but I think that we should, as a council, look at this into the future, what we're obtaining for value for a situation just like this. I think I saw some conversation between one of my fellow councilors, and it was what another municipality obtained for their land. We were far short in comparison. So, like I say, we can't do anything about this one. This was in process. This is the numbers that we have. This is what we're facing with. But I just leave with the CAO that when we have opportunities, we progress in through the fall, that I personally would really like to have a review of this particular policy that the municipality of Meaford has on the purchasing of unopened properties like this. And I know that there should be some good discussion around the horseshoe on that. Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to vote? All in favor? And both those items are passed unanimously. Thank you. So moving on to items for consideration, the first recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve a heritage permit for the property at 226 Sykes Street North to A, replace existing front deck, balcony, pillars, and steps in exactly the same dimensions as existing front structures in order to maintain and freshen up wood that has deteriorated after being exposed to harsh elements over time, subject to the following conditions. One, that the proposed construction shall occur substantially in accordance with the drawings provided with Heritage Permit Application Heritage 07-2025. And two, that the new construction to be completed with materials which are largely similar to the existing construction. So that's the first one, mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Forder and seconded by Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Any discussion on this? Councillor Greenfield.
I have a question. Certainly don't object to this, but the balcony part of this building, right now it's showing a guardrail of a type of plastic glass. That's the best way I can describe it. I expect originally that balcony railing was wooden. And just wondering how the two fit as far as our heritage designation is concerned. I know we're talking about replacing as existing, but I don't know the age of this house. I'm assuming it's an older building, and as I say, I doubt if originally it was a glass railing. Can you help me on that?
We've got some help from staff here.
Hi, so through you, Mr. Mayor. So the oldest pictures we have of that building do show it as a glass railing. Though that picture is only from 2009. I'm sure the house didn't have that way back when it was built, but as of 2009, it was. And when the Heritage Conservation District plan was passed in 2014, that's what was there. So that's what we have to hold them to. And since they're just replacing what's already existing, didn't seem to be any interest from the Heritage Committee to require that to change.
Okay. Any other questions? If you're ready to vote, all in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. The next item, the recommendation is be it resolved that bylaw 2025-46 being a bylaw to remove a holding H5 symbol from the block lands at Block 4, Plan 16M-103 in the municipality of Meaford be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. A mover and a seconder for this, Councillor Greenfield, seconded by Councillor Bell. Is there any discussion on this item? This is the Bay Bounds subdivision, I believe. Any discussion? Oh, go ahead, Councillor Greenfield.
Question, Your Worship, through you to our planners. I can't. No, it says. I guess on the first page, it's the term including townhouses. Now, to me, a townhouse is. There can be a variety of units, residences. Now, do we have any idea? Are we looking at duplexes, fourplexes, sixplexes, or is it too early to look at something like that?
Sorry, I'm in trouble here. What is the problem?
My apologies for interrupting. I believe that perhaps Councillor Urick would just like to interrupt the proceedings to be able to excuse himself if I'm
Correct.
reading the room
Should have done
correctly.
that at the start as well.
Not a problem.
Missed it when I did the other one, so I'm going to recuse myself as well because of the same reason, Deputy Mayor.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. So coming back to you, Councillor Greenfield.
Okay, yeah, yes, and thank you, Ms. Wilton Sigel, for that move. Yeah, through you to Ms. McCarl. I was just wondering about the townhouses, and as I say, it may be too early, but do we have an idea of the configuration of these townhouses?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to answer that. So not that I expect you all to click through right now, but in the report, there was a link to the project page that can take you to the website. So if you had time to do that right now, which some people may be able to or not, you'd be able to see a concept on there. And I'll just let you know what it looks like. So it shows a variety of units. The 55 are in several blocks. So there are two different block types. One is a sixplex type and one is a fourplex from what I can see. So we do know exactly the placement and that's what's been approved already. It is kind of a variety of those two.
Any other questions? Are you ready to vote? All in favor? Again, that's passed unanimously. Thank you. We can call Councillor Urick back and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. So the next item, just give me a second to catch up here. Next item is that be it resolved that bylaw 2025-47 being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 60-2009 of the municipality of Meaford pertaining to lands known as 200 Lakeshore Road South be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Greenfield, seconded by Councillor Bell. Any discussion on this one? Councillor Forder?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I apologize if I missed this in the report, but seeing as this is a waterfront property, has Grace Sawville Conservation Authority been involved in reviewing this application at all?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So it's my understanding that they already have their Grace Sawville application complete through the building permit process. And they've already applied for a building permit as well. And the H1 is required before they can actually get their permit.
Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Ms. McCarroll. This property, I'm not sure how large it is, but could there be potential severances completed on this property?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So our policies don't support severance on private roads. So you'd have to be on a public road to qualify for a severance as the first thing. Otherwise, I don't know if there's any other basis for a severance in this location, as I haven't looked at that in a more fulsome way. But generally speaking, you have to be on a private road in order to sever. A public road in order to sever.
Any other questions? Then I'll call the vote. All in favor? And again, that is carried unanimously. The next item, be it resolved that bylaw 2025-48 being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 60-2009 of the municipality of Meaford pertaining to lands known as Lot 15A, Plan 456, St. Vincent, except R98992, be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. A mover and a seconder for this, Councillor Forder and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Discussion on this item. Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. Geez, we haven't been here for 7 weeks. And again, through you to Ms. McCarroll, is just the little map we have here. This doesn't look like a very big property. Is this big enough for a residential dwelling to be built on?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the property is quite small, quite constrained. They will have some difficulty locating on the property, but there is potential and they want to explore that potential. And this is the first step for them to do that.
Can I express that looking at the map, I had no clue whatever whereabouts in Meaford that is. The only road identified was Barker Street, which I can't find on the town map. And it talks about St. Vincent Street, or the former St. Vincent Street, but I look at St. Vincent Street and the proximity to the water in the map, I just don't know where it is. Can you tell us that?
Sure. So through you, Mr. Mayor, so former St. Vincent, and that just means it's in the former St. Vincent Township. I'll admit it is in hindsight, looking at the map, it could have been a little more clear. We'll have conversations with our GIS department to make sure that and situations like this, it's close to the, it's on Fraser Street is the actual street on the northern part. It's close to the town of Blue Mountains border there in the Park Ridge area.
Oh,
yeah, Christie Beach.
Okay, that makes sense. And I think I thought of that, but it didn't seem to bear any relation. So thank you for clearing that up. And are we ready to vote on it then? All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next recommendation, that Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve the appointment of Margaret Wilton Siegel as Municipal Clerk of the Municipality of Meaford. Don't everybody jump to move this. Okay, you get first dibs. It's moved by Councillor Greenfield, seconded by Councillor Rob Urig. I'm sure there's not a lot of discussion here. All in favor? Go ahead. Yes, we want to say
Well,
something here.
We have to have some comments, Margaret. We, if I may speak and others may wish to as well, we just want to offer our congratulations. You have worked so hard for this municipality for all the years that you have been with us, and for you now to be our clerk is just wonderful. So we are so pleased and so happy, and thank you for all of your efforts. And again, congratulations. Hooray.
Yeah.
Yes.
All in favor? Oh, sorry, you would like to speak to? Don't go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, we all probably want to say something, but one of the things to yourself is you are a very polished, very professional person, and you represent yourself and this municipality top shelf. So this one or this one is definitely going to be saying yes. Thank you, Margaret.
All in favor? Thank you very much. Congratulations, Margaret. The next item, yes, go ahead. The recommendation is, be it resolved that bylaw 2025 49, being a bylaw to appoint a clerk, Margaret Wilton Seagull, be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. This is moved by Deputy Mayor Keaveney and seconded by Councillor Bell. All in favor? And that's passed unanimously. Thank you. The next recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, declare the office of one councillor previously filled by Stephen Bartley to be vacant in accordance with Section 262 of the Municipal Act 2001, and 2, direct staff to prepare a report that outlines the process and options available to fill the vacancy. Can I have a mover and seconder, please? A moved by Councillor Bell and seconded by Councillor Forder. Discussion. I'm going to start with Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to say that as happy as we are to see Margaret stepping in as clerk, we are saddened to see Steve step away. I can honestly say, I mean, I'm as a first-time counselor, I can honestly say he was also a mentor. He's not only a very good counselor, but he was also a shining example and somebody that was always there to help when needed, and he is definitely going to be missed.
Sure. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I echo Councillor Urick's comments. I mean, Councillor Bell and Councillor Bartley and I have been here together since 2014, and it has always been such a pleasure to work with Steve. And Steve, I hope you're listening today and that you recognize how much your efforts over all of these years have been appreciated. And please know, as Rob said, you are going to be severely missed. I look over at your empty chair today, and it just is a very real reminder that that you're no longer going to be with us, and it is sad, but we wish you all the very best in your move to Chatsworth, and I know you'll be keeping an eye on us. So all the best, Steve.
Yes, as I said in an interview with the editor of our Meaford Independent, I think all of us have double checked to make sure we have his phone number in our on our phones, because I'm sure we will have budgetary questions for him at some time or other in the future. Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that my kindred spirit, Steve, will be likely watching today's council meeting. And when people decide to put their name forward to run for council, there's one thing that can happen, and it happened with Steve and myself. I gained a friend. And there were so many things that Steve and I shared in common that just knowing him from his previous life as running a grocery store over in Owen Sound to having someone that I could spend some time with on subject matter that wasn't necessarily what's before council today, a series of things which are our council business. I would just like Steve to know there was one moment that he and I had together that I will always remember. We were in Ottawa, and I made occasion to visit Canada's National Military Cemetery. A lot of Canadians don't know that we have such a place. Most Canadians, if they were asked where the National Military Cemetery was in the United States, they would say Arlington. And in Canada, a lot of Canadians don't know. And it's in Ottawa and it's Beechwood. And Steve and I had the opportunity to take a couple of hours, and we got a guided tour of that cemetery. And both Steve and I, who are also Legionnaires, we got the privilege for a moment or two to stand in front of the headstone of an own sound soldier who lost his life in Afghanistan. His last name was Mitchell. And Steve and I spent that time together, and I will always remember that. He joined me and we got a private tour of that facility. So there are things that you get to do when you're on council that don't just happen to do with holding symbols and raising taxes. There are things that you get to do. And Steve became a friend of mine, and I definitely will miss him sitting beside me. And I just wanted him to hear that from myself. Along with what is mentioned today about the departure and the absentee of his seat being proclaimed empty, I just want to bring something to the attention of our CAO. I know Mr. CAO, I've done some background checking. You have been through this before, and I found out, I think, 3 times. So this is something I know that your report will be very full and very complete. But I just wanted to draw attention, and people who have a copy of the Municipal Act can also read the 2 sections that I would like to bring before you today. One is section 260, the other one is section 266. Both of them use the word quorum. The province of Ontario is extremely concerned about a council and its quorum, or the lack thereof. And section 266, there's some pretty serious ramifications if a council does not have quorum. So in your report, Mr. CAO, I would like to have a comment rendered about whether or not quorum is an issue, a non-issue, what we could do, knowing that the province and the Municipal Act has mentioned it. As I say, I read the word twice, 260 and 266. And thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Is there any other further discussion? I would just like to say I'm convinced that all of council and staff are resolved that we will fill this vacancy in the most publicly transparent manner available to us. There are different options, and we have to explore them to do our due diligence. But at the end of the day, we are resolved to do this, make this work to the benefit of the municipality, and to ensure that everything is totally transparent. Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, just a few notes concerning Steve. Steve, the best word I could think of to describe Steve is solid. He was a solid person, a solid performer, a solid counselor. Very steady, very much yes or no. I recall that the first time I met Stephen Bartley, because just about 11 years ago, just about this time of year, and there was all potential candidates meeting over at the Bay Shore in Owen Sound for all anybody who was running for council that year, 2014. A young lady named Shirley Keithley told me she was running for councillor that evening, and I said, yeah, no, I think that's a good idea. Steve came up to me and he said, hello, I'm Steve Bartley, live at RR3 Chatsworth, and I'm running for councillor in the municipality of Meaford. And it kind of caught me off guard at first, and then he said, my wife and I live on the 8th concession. Now, the only thing I knew about Steve Bartley prior to that was Steve and Tim's Food Basics, where I had shopped a couple of times. Anyway, I talked to Steve very briefly, maybe 3 to 5 minutes, and I came away with, wow, this guy would be a positive addition to our council, and so he has been. As a matter of fact, I believe I remember during a recent phone call with Steve, he said, don't worry, I'll be in touch.
Councillor Forder.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to the benefit of those listening, Steve is very much alive and well. Sounds a little bit like a eulogy here, but Steve, we're gonna miss you. Happy belated birthday. His birthday was yesterday. Whether he's listening now or fishing in Northern Ontario, I know he's having a great time. So Steve, we wish you all the best and we'll be in touch. Okay, buddy? And glad you're still alive. Good.
So is everyone ready to vote? All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. The next recommendation, that Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, approve the acquisition of land identified as Lot 340, Lot 345, Lot 346, and Lot 347 of Registered Plan 309. 2, acquire the subject lands via donation and direct staff to provide a charitable tax receipt based on the appraised value of the lands being $425,000. And 3, authorize the mayor and clerk to execute all of the required legal documents to acquire lots 340, lot 345, 346, and 347 of Registered Plan 309. A mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Bell and Councillor Urick. Thank you. Discussion on this? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a great opportunity for the municipality of Meaford. So I thank the Hauser family. I did have a question though for our CAO. On the bottom of page 2, it talks about $100,000 to be considered in the 26 budget for a strategic plan of the downtown core and updating the Exeter Harbor area strategy. So I just wondered if we could pick your brain a little and get a little sense of kind of where you're headed with this thinking and in putting the two together. It's my assumption then that we're going to look at how we might better connect the downtown core to the harbor. Is that going to be part of the focus of the study?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Deputy Mayor Keaveney, great question. There's been a lot of discussion since the time of penning this report about looking at through the 2026 budget, sort of a positioning plan for the downtown core that would then connect the harbor and do it in one fulsome strategy. So what we've looked at through the discussions with the Hauser family is wanting to make sure that there are elements within the harbor plan. I want to also identify that there has been previous master plans done for the harbor. So this don't have to start from scratch, but the need to make sure that this is done in collaboration with the downtown. I know there's been lots of discussion about marketplace. I know the municipality owns a couple of pieces of property within the downtown core that have been identified for parking. Want to make sure all of that is put into consideration. So when we do this, it is a fulsome master plan for the long term.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, CAO Everett. That's great to hear. Point 5 on page 146 also talks about the inclusion of the Captain Shepherd artifact. So when you talk about a master plan for the harbor, so the reality is that could take a while for a master plan of the harbor to come to fruition. So I'm not sure what kind of time span realistically we're looking for that, but I'm hoping that the Captain Shepherd portion of it could at least be expedited to 2026 so that we've talked in the past about how that could be utilized to kind of spruce up the harbor a little bit before we get to the point of even doing some really major redevelopment. So I'm just hoping that that's kind of on the short term of that list.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Urick. Yeah, I think there are some low-hanging fruit that we can achieve that would just move forward with some enhancements. I can tell council that staff and I met in regards to there's the exciting tidbit signage that has been discussed over the last couple of years. Our plan is to have those pieces out by the end of this year. And the idea of the Captain Shepherd artifacts, we don't have to wait for the plan. There are, whether it's removal of some billboards down at the harbor or just sprucing up some low hanging fruit. My intention would be there's work that can be done before a master plan gets done that will just enhance the overall property.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Mayor Kentner. Yeah, through you to our CAO, Mr. Everett. The number 3 item in the conditions struck me as maybe the most important in the future. Talks about completing a fulsome harbor strategic plan. I do hope when we do that, we do take into consideration the April 2014 Harbor Master Plan that was completed by Dillon Consulting. There were some, I thought, very valuable suggestions in that plan. The idea of a boardwalk along the east side of the harbor. Everybody loves a boardwalk, walking on a boardwalk. The idea to green the area between the Trowbridge Street entrance and the Harbor Pavilion, take away that rather unorthodox parking situation. Now turn it back into a green area. I thought that was a great idea. The walkway across the harbor, a tad expensive, but certainly a great idea. But I hope when we redo this Folsom Harbor strategic plan, I hope it incorporates the downtown business area too, if we can mold that in as a part of it. And another item that likely be a lot more difficult is the big villain, in my estimation, to our harbor, even though it's not exactly a part of the harbor, is the mouth of the Big Head River. And how can we, okay, I'm gonna say, change that 90-degree turn. And if it's any way possible to do that and get that river flowing in a more natural area into that harbor, to me, they all have to be combined. Now, I know that's not going to cheapen the cost of a study, but I think unless we do a full picture, we're maybe going to be shortchanging our residents and our visitors also. And I also, it was funny, not my guess, but I think at the time that Dillon Consultants did their strategic plan in 2014, I think they thought those two properties were belonging to the municipality of Meaford. And so a number of things to work on. Thank you.
If there's no other discussion, I'd just like to make a point here, and that is that it is not every day that a municipal council gets an opportunity to enlarge their beautiful harbor to the tune of $425,000 worth of additional property that is gifted to us. And the thing about it is, this offer has been on the table for a long time, and I was not aware of it until well into my term as mayor. And only since CAO Everett has joined us have we had meaningful discussions with this family that has so generously donated the land to us. And for the record, I think that's very important for people to know. Thank you. All in favor? Thank you very much. So one more piece here. The recommendation is, be it resolved that bylaw 2025-50, being a bylaw to appoint consulting building officials for the municipality of Meaford, be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. A mover and a seconder for this. Deputy Mayor Keaveney and Councillor Bell, thank you. Any discussion on this item? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I guess there's pros and cons to this. We've had some changes in our building department. We've gone from a number of staff now down to very little staff, and that those things happen in municipalities. So it's wonderful that we have an opportunity to work with RSM. My question, though, either for Director Ken or for our CAO, is the financial side of this. Will there be any financial implications from moving to having our own staff to engaging this firm?
I'm happy to answer that question through you, Mr. Mayor. We do intend, certainly because we are down some staff, using that salary gapping to be able to account for the fees and charges relating to the use of the RSM services. However, as you know, the Building Services Division is intended to be sort of self-funding through permit fees and that kind of thing. So we will monitor the costs incurred as a result of using RSM very closely to ensure that it's not becoming an unmanageable cost. So that will be monitored as we go. And certainly we hope that this isn't a long-term condition. We do hope to fill the vacancies so that we can again begin to fill the needs of our customers internally.
Oh, maybe just a supplementary?
Yeah, just a quick question then. So Amy, that being the case, then we'll have to keep this in mind when we look at fees and charges then related to the budget and whether there has to be any change to the cost of permitting and so on.
Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you, Mayor Kendra. Through you to Ms. Can. It mentions in your report virtual inspections. How do you do that? I can't imagine doing, for instance, a new home, inspecting it virtually. Is this common? And can you tell me just what's involved with that?
Yes, I was surprised as well when I spoke to RSM about. Excuse me, sorry. I was surprised as well when I spoke to RSM about the virtual inspections piece. Thought that was very interesting. So because RSM is locating out of a central location in Ontario, I believe in the Cambridge area, and they do service a large number of municipalities, it's most efficient and effective for them to be able to provide these services virtually. So for the inspections piece, they do connect with the contractor and specify a specific time that they plan to conduct the inspection. And then through a FaceTime or a Teams type call, they would, through, the personal device, be able to see the matters that need to be inspected, direct the contractor to, point their device at certain aspects of the build, and then they can execute their inspection.
Councillor Forder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Councillor Greenfield. I appreciate you bringing up that question that sort of dovetails into mine because I did have some concerns about the virtual inspections. So what safeguards exist to protect the municipality if, say, RSM make errors in enforcements or approvals? Thank you.
Through your worship to Councillor Forder, that is a great question, and I'm happy to discuss that in more detail with RSM. How how errors are mitigated in the virtual inspection piece, particularly insurance for building officials, like other qualified persons, is in place to protect from any inadvertent omissions or errors. As far as ensuring that RSM has the correct information at all times, they do use our portal through Cloud Permit to make sure that they have the most up-to-date and relevant information on a given permit application to help mitigate, again, any errors or omissions.
Councillor Bell?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in the report, there are a lot of people named. I take it, I hope I've interpreted this correctly, that everyone that is associated with that corporation is named in order for them at any given time, for whatever purpose, they could perform the function. I get that right? That's why they're all named.
Yes, absolutely. Through you, your worship, once again. Because they're providing the municipality of Meaford with a service, they need to be available to us whenever we need their services. So that's the reason for the number of persons identified, is so that they can provide us with service immediately.
Okay, it seems like we've covered all the bases here. Are you ready to vote? All in favor? And again, that's unanimous. Thank you. So now we need a motion to move into committee of the whole. Moved by Councillor Forder and seconded by Councillor Greenfield, that we'll go into committee of the whole at 2:18 p.m. And the first item here, the recommendation is that committee of the whole recommend council of the municipality of Meaford, 1, provide pre-budget approval for project CAO 2026-01 website upgrade in the amount of $215,000. And I see we have Holly Moroney, our Chief Communications Person at the podium, and I'll turn it over to you, Holly. Sorry.
My apologies for interrupting. We just need a mover and a seconder for the item, please.
Yes, that's right. Who will move it? Councillor Urick and seconded by Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the reason, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council, that this report is before you today is to highlight the need for a new website for the municipality as ours approaches its end of life, June the 30th of 2026. A new website is a large undertaking for any organization, especially as this is a large communication channel and tool for us. I do want to flag that this website is also the main channel and tool for the library, for Meaford Hall, and for the museum, as well as the fire department. So those are all interconnected. So staff have been meeting over the past few months with our current provider to analyze some different options when it comes to moving forward and setting up a new website. Ultimately, we've identified some gaps, and currently we're even experiencing some limitations with the level of service that we're providing or being provided as the current provider phases out the current platform that we're using. But we want to be able to provide counsel with various options. So with our current provider, we've been provided an opportunity to just port over all of our existing data and our existing website into their new platform. To provide you with a bit of an analogy, that would be like porting over all of our perfectly organized filing cabinets as well as the recycling bin. So that is not something that I wanted to provide council with as an option, and really allow us the opportunity to do some more fact finding to find out what other vendors could provide us with for services, and to be able to be sustainable in the different platform that we're going to be choosing moving forward. So we have the option of moving over all of our files and the recycling bin, as well as with our current provider, exploring what moving over and having them work with us to build a new website would look like. And then we have the option, and what we're kicking off today would be going out to other vendors to see what they're able to provide us in terms of different services and capabilities as we move over and take this opportunity for our website. So I know that this is a significant amount of money to come to council as a pre-budget approval, but I want to flag that this is just the first step in staff and council getting some more information. Highlighting in the recommendation, there are no transfers of funds, there is no awarding of any contracts. This really allows us to be able to go out to RFP and see what other vendors provide us with as part of that proposal. And then my last point, I do just want to emphasize the funding note that I've added in the report. So staff does commit to going back through the budget process and identifying different areas of funding. So that could be user fees and user pay, as well as opportunities for grants, like accessibility grants in our website. So with that, I'm happy to open up the floor for any questions. Thank you.
Holly. Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Holly. Yeah, it's 6 months, 9 months. Sounds like a long time, but for a website, it is not in any way, shape, or form. So interestingly, looking through that, the money's, and I'm not going to say aside because it's going to be expensive to do this, transferring any website or recreating any website of this magnitude is definitely going to be costly. It was very interesting to me that looking through the reports, and of course, I'm going to go to the ECDev angle, and Steve would be sitting there rolling his eyes as I did it. But the reality is, when you look at the actual users, it's very interesting to see that Memorial Park, Meaford Hall, the library, and the community calendar are very prominent, which really have always felt that unfortunately so many municipal websites are clunky. They're not designed for recreational directionality, not very well. So my hope is that a lot of the focus of this moving forward is going to have a lot of attention about that and what that's going to look like. I know we're going to come into budget, and we're going to talk about that budget in general and how that dovetails into this and kind of steering people. But it truly is our mirror to the world, or a window to the world, sorry, and we need to make sure that we are, be interesting whether you have an opinion as to whether or not a lot of municipalities will actually have kind of the nuts and bolts of a municipality being the nuts and bolts of municipality planning, a lot of permitting and various things. Whereas ECDev, tourism is literally carved out as a separate item. So I don't know whether you already have a very base concept of what you think you want it to look like from a communication tool, or whether this is just really boots in the ground, let's get the money and talk about it.
That's a great question. Through the chair to Councillor Ureg, I have some ideas, but I think that there's still some time for staff to continue to collaborate and brainstorm together, and then bring back that full site map to council for discussion. But I think that it's important to recognize, with an economic development lens, that the website may not be the first thing that they come to. So it's really understanding also that user journey on how they get to the website, and also making that process and that experience for them extremely smooth. So when they do get to our site, they're finding what they need. So as I noted in some of the statistics, some of the low visit times on our website, it could be a great thing, or it could be a really bad thing. They could be getting to our site, finding what they need, and they're on their way. Or they could be getting to our site, getting really frustrated after 45 seconds, and then just closing their phone, because that is the highest device type that we're finding visitors on our site. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate your comments, Councillor Ureg. I mean, I'm really happy this is happening, because I find the current website a bit difficult to navigate, and particularly with finding, information that I'm looking for, with finding reports. You can punch in, for example, we just had the Bay Bounds. And, you might get 1,200 responses. It's very challenging. So I'm really looking forward to it becoming more user-friendly for us in any way that you can make that happen. My question, though, Holly, is in relation to the general life expectancy of a website. Is that part of the consideration going forward? I mean, are websites gaining longer life expectancies typically, or are they shorter? As we look at technology, and it seems like we're replacing, phones and laptops and everything every 3 or 4 years. What generally can we expect after this investment in terms of the life expectancy of a new site?
Perfect. So thank you for the question. Through the mayor to the deputy mayor, that is something that I have considered, and I've chatted with the procurement department just in planning this. I would say that, like phones and like other electronic devices, they are becoming shorter, but we want to be able to put forward an agreement that will allow the platform to grow with us. So that may look like setting up an agreement for 4 or 5 years, and then having multi-year add-ons, +1 if we're happy with our services. That also allows us to be in control, to be able to say we like the way that this vendor is growing and the different services that they're providing to us, maybe some companies that they're buying, because that's pretty popular in the tech world. Or we'll have the option to say, no, we don't like this. We're seeing other tech companies or other website providers moving in another direction in line with the needs of our community. So we will be able to move in a different direction. I will add, though, that just looking back on how the municipality has budgeted for this in the past. So the current website was developed in 2018, and then money was set aside, or excuse me, proposed in the 2023 draft budget, but was not included in the final version of the budget. So we've gone a significant period of time without making that investment in the website. And then just speaking with our treasurer, looking at some of the longer term plans for the website, there is money penciled in for 2028. So it looks like the municipality would be investing about every 5 years. And I'd say that that would be adequate, and part of my recommendation to do that, or to spread the cost year over year to make sure that we aren't in the current position that we are today. Luckily, we got the notification from the provider and we're able to include some money and put some money into reserves for in 2025, but unfortunately not enough with what the current RFPs are for other municipalities and other services. Thank you.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question for you, Holly. Thank you for everything. It does say here in the report that GovStack did offer to migrate the website to a new version. So when the RFP goes out and we do have the vendor offerings, are we going to be able to do a cost comparison with the GovStack migration as well? Or would that be subject to whether they want to enter the bidding process? What would that look like?
So through the mayor to Councillor Forder, thank you for that question. And I did speak with our IT manager and confirmed that that is our intent, to be able to compare the cost, just for comparison's sake, of solely porting it over and dealing with some of that potential mess later, comparing it also with what that provider would be able. And I'll look to bring that back to council, just in line with our purchasing policy and full transparency, to show the community what we're really getting for our money here.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Mayor Kettner. Through you to our Senior Communications Officer. The project management resource, this talks about a 6-month contract. Is that cost to the municipality built into the 215,000, or will that be over and above the 215,000 estimate?
So through the mayor to Councillor Greenfield, thank you for the question. So that cost for the project manager is included in the cost that you're seeing before you of the 215,000, and it even has a contingency in there. That role will be instrumental in making sure that under this critical timeline that the project is delivered within that budget and on time. This project does have a fairly significant risk with our website reaching end of life for June the 30th. So that's why we're putting this measure in place, to be able to avoid or mitigate that risk.
If there are no further questions, would you like to make a comment?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple points. Just in regards to the report, there's a few pieces that I think are really important. When we talk about the website visitors by device, which is on page 5 of 9, the 57.2% on the mobile is pretty significant, and it's important that the way the website is designed, when you get it on a smartphone, that you can actually read it on the smartphone. I know previously working on a website, municipal website, that was one key factor that was, I never even knew it was a thing, but it is definitely from an accessibility perspective and just from a user function. So to see 57.2% of our users are actually going to our website on a mobile phone is significant. I think the other pieces that this allows us to do is take a look at the website from the accessibility perspective, making sure that our website is high performing on the accessibility, as well as gives us the opportunity to update and improve our search engine. So Deputy Mayor, you brought up the fact about, being able to find stuff, being able to enhance our search engine on this website is another critical piece. Two last pieces. One piece is in regards to Councillor Urig's question in regards to the project manager piece. You will see a trend when it comes to projects. Something that I would like to incorporate into the way we do business here is not having people take on significant projects off the side of their desks. Project manager is responsible for on budget, on schedule, within scope. Websites have a real tendency of falling outside of scope, and that's what gets you in trouble. So by bringing people in to be able to just focus on this on a contract basis, so we don't have them forever. I've seen it to be very, very beneficial to a point. You're not long paying for a good portion because the project's on budget, on schedule, and within scope. And again, that's a trend that you're going to see throughout these projects moving forward. So that in a nutshell, I think we're in a position that my biggest concern is there's the potential of us just being able to transition. That's fine. I will say that June deadline scares me a bit, especially with the 2026 municipal election. The website is going to be absolutely critical as a communication piece, and making sure that we have a high functioning website as we look towards October of 2026 is a critical aspect to keep in mind. So with that, thank you for that.
Thank you. And I'm going to say that as mayor, my biggest learning has been it's one thing to have a project, but it's a real problem if you don't have a champion. And I'm very pleased to see this built in at this stage, that we are going to make sure that somebody is going to move this project from beginning to end, as you say, on budget and on time. So very good. All in favor? Thank you. That is unanimous. The next item here, that Committee of the Whole recommend Council, number 1, approve the extension of the previous Meaford Cultural Foundation Agreement 1 additional year to include the 2025 Meaford International Film Festival program to remain status quo for 2025. And 2, approve in principle the draft agreement for the Meaford Cultural Foundation rental agreement for the use of municipal facilities and resources for the Meaford International Film Festivals presented in this report and reflected in Appendix 2 of this report. And number 3, direct staff to bring back a final agreement to a future Committee of the Whole meeting after negotiations with the Meaford Cultural Foundation have been held in a collaborative manner. A mover and a seconder, Councillor Bell and Councillor Forder. Thank you. Discussion on this item. Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had no problem at all being the one to be asked to be first to support this activity. This is, in my mind, purely a business negotiation. It's with a group that really does value added to this community. It is something that a lot of times, like a lot of people and a lot of associations and groups, they can go unheralded, that they go about their work and we expect things to be done and they get done. And here this afternoon, it's pretty straightforward on the items that you read, Mr. Mayor, 1 through 3, that we wish the negotiations of the extension to go well for the group, and that they can carry on and be, as I mentioned, value added to this community. So I can fully support this this afternoon. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate the report and the opportunity to speak to this, and also want to express sincere appreciation to MCF for all of their great efforts over the years. I mean, if it wasn't for the foundation, Meaford Hall would have really struggled to get off the ground back when it reopened in 2008, and all the capital that's been provided to the hall, everything from the bar to the curtains to the support for the balcony. It's all incredible, and the programming that happened over that initial time frame. I think looking at this report, in my mind, it gives us an opportunity as a municipality to look at the relationship between ourselves and community groups who are utilizing our facilities, and how can we look at this opportunity within this report to renegotiate the agreement with MCF and utilize that outcome for other community groups and organizations so that we've got some equity, because it seems to me at the moment that every organization kind of has their own deal, so to speak, with the municipality. And, you know, some are getting more of a break than others. So I'd like to see us extend this conversation so that we're looking at perhaps a percentage discount that can be applied right across the board. And then everybody knows that if they're looking to book a municipal facility, if they are a regular user of that facility, that the discount is going to be whatever is decided upon. So that's the outcome that I'm looking for, is that we ask for an agreement to be developed with, certainly with staff's recommendations and the council's approval, to look at a percentage discount and whatever that number is, however we want to go about that conversation. I think that's what we're being asked here today, is to give staff some guidance as to what we might like to have in front of us to consider and to come back in that report and in an eventual agreement.
Are we ready to vote? All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Sorry, did you wish to speak? I
Thank you.
apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one point to add. There is a recommendation that is contained within the report, and it's on page 4 of 6, which would be beneficial for us to be able to move forward with the the negotiations. So the recommendation is that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve in principle that negotiations in drafting a new agreement for the Meaford Cultural Foundation rental agreement for the use of municipal facilities and resources for the Meaford International Film Festival be based on a subsidy percentage of blank. And if council wishes to provide that high level direction, it at least allows staff to go back to the foundation to be able to say, this is what council would be looking for. And to Deputy Mayor Keaveney's point, the intention would be, you know, that could be the basis of a lot of other negotiations and agreements. In the report, I have identified that currently using 2018 figures, it looked to be, when I took into account all of these subsidies, there was a wide range from some uses of the facility were actually 100% waive to others that were 20, 21, 22%. So when I put it all together, the average subsidy that is provided under the previous agreement, which is being would be extended, was 41%. So ultimately, it looked as though the total under the community rate would have been $9,800 is what the rental would have been. There was essentially at 41%, $4,107 with subsidy, which then had $5,783 being paid. So I've just broken it out into 25, 50, and 75% as being a range of, if you were to give 75%, for instance, there would be a subsidy of 7,350, and there would be 2,450 that would be paid by the group. So not saying it has to be 25, 50, or 75, not saying council has to agree to this recommendation at all. I just, going through these negotiations with different groups in the past, it usually comes down to what is the rate percentage of the subsidy, which is usually the back and forth. And I think we could save some time if council could consider even setting the goalpost. I can tell you, in my past life, the number that was typically used was 35%. 35% seemed to be a number that, from a subsidy rate. And again, to the deputy mayor's point, that's something that you could look at for ice time, for minor sports, baseball fields. Like the goal, my goal would be a future recommendation saying get some consistency and criteria that when groups are coming, If you meet the criteria, you just fit a subsidy rate, and the budget would track that subsidy. So on an annual basis, you would know just exactly how much money council is essentially approving be subsidized. And my experience in another municipality, the subsidy number is quite large. It's larger than what you would think, but when you put corporately how much subsidy is provided by the municipality, it's in ice time alone. It's quite large. And again, what people have to always remember, many of the facilities that you're subsidizing are already subsidized by the taxpayer because they are not running at full cost recovery. So all of those things, it's almost like a double subsidy. Taxpayers are subsidizing the facilities, and then they are subsidizing again with any percentage that you are giving to groups. I think it's well worth it. This event, fantastic event. It's just one piece. I don't know if council has looked at it through the lens that way, but I think it's a good opportunity for us to, especially when we start looking at the 2026 budget and beyond. Those are the elements that I really want to be highlighted in the budget, so council is fully informed of what is actually being subsidized.
So are you interested in coming up with a percentage figure for a goalpost, Councillor Greenfield?
Thanks, Your Worship, and thanks, Mr. Everett. It's very interesting discussion and debate. The Meaford International Film Festival has been with us for a number of years. I think originally a lot of people wondered, hey, this is something that isn't going to survive. Well, it has, and it's flourished, and I give credit to everyone who's been involved with it, the success of it, and we're just about to have another season. And not only myth, but Mr. Everett talked about community efforts, and the deputy mayor did too. Meaford Hall, I believe the mortgage will be paid off in 2029, 8 or 9, I think. So that's not that far away, and that's going to somewhat limit the annual expenses there that the council has to deal with. So looking forward to events. I guess coming maybe from a personal experience or two with Meaford Hall, I know for a certain individual to put on a certain performance, he or she would be looking at least $4,000 needed to cover the costs for that one night show. That would be one stage rehearsal and one show. There's a lot of good talent out there locally, not just in our municipality, but within a 50-mile radius. And I have heard people say they just simply cannot afford to put something worthwhile on. So just to start the bidding, I'm going to suggest 45%. Thank you.
Let's have some discussion, and maybe we'll come back and ask for a solution. Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you and Councillor Greenfield, appreciate your points there. And so with Meaford Hall, one thing we have to consider is do we want Meaford Hall to be a major center for profit, or do we also want it to be a hub to support the arts and culture in our community? For MCF, for instance, if MCF has to pay more to use the hall, or robbing Peter to pay Paul, in essence, because now that means that there's less funding available for MCF to invest in some of the capital projects that they have at the hall. And a couple that I know for sure that they've been talking about is a dumbwaiter project, perhaps a cover for the patio area. So these projects are way less likely to happen if we're overcharging them. So I don't really see the sense in doing that. And to Councillor Greenfield's point as well, is it is extremely cost prohibitive for many individuals or many groups to put on events at Meaford Hall because of the cost of entry. That's a huge barrier. So I would like to see discussion starting at a 50% discount, particularly for MCF. Now, we could talk about all the other community groups in the municipality, but no other community groups are investing in Meaford Hall like MCF has. So I think as far as this discussion goes, I would like to see the subsidies start at 50% and perhaps going up from there because the more advantageous the cost for MCF means the more money they can actually put back into enhancing the hall, which ultimately benefits everybody that uses the hall, both the staff, the guests, and whoever's putting on any entertainment. So I'd like to see the conversation starting at a 50% subsidy and perhaps even more. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity to speak again. Our CAO provided us some insight that I think is really critical to this conversation. And so my first question is, can we see those numbers? What actually is it costing the municipality to provide these subsidies to these groups? I think that would be helpful to us in making, a bigger decision about what's, subsidy or what percentage that we want to provide as a discount to these groups. I think we need to know what that cost is because that's impacting all of our taxpayers. That impacts everyone. I think every group, gives back to the municipality. If I speak with my Rotary hat on, we support the library in a big way. We provide a home for our food bank and our thrift shop, and we provide the only affordable housing in Meaford. So one could argue that, that club is equally deserving as what MCF is providing for economic development in Meaford Hall. So that's why I like the idea of a consistent number. And when it gets to that stage, I don't know how we'll do with conflicts of interest because we're all involved in something. So we'll have to sort that out. Our CAO suggested 35, Harley suggested 45, and we have 50 on the table. The number I've had written down since I read this report was 40. But to me, we're kind of pulling numbers out of the air unless we have a broader understanding of really what the costs are, what that breakdown is. So my question is, Mr. CAO, do we need that number today?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor. I think if the concept is for this year, as the recommendation stands, that we would keep the rate to the same as it was previously. I would say a further report that would include other facilities, because this, in the future, this just isn't about Meaford Hall. This to me would be setting a consistent price or a percentage for subsidy for all of our facilities that the municipality manages. So not getting into the community halls because they have their own boards, but my suggestion would be, community like the Meaford St. Vincent Community Center, including both the hall and the ice, baseball fields, all of those. So there is a consistency because a lot of these groups all do the same thing and put money back into the community. And I would agree with Councillor Forder that this could be considered robbing Peter to pay Paul. But we also have the ability to enter into agreements so we can come up with long-term plans that say, okay, what are the projects that not only the service club or the charitable organization is considering, but what's in our budget? Because, I'm used to working with, community groups that have something in mind that is not in any way, shape, or form on the town's radar. So being able to bring those together to say, this is why there is a subsidy, because you are putting money back into the community. And making sure that it's very clear that that other group knows that that money is going back into a specific project. And, you know, not saying that it happens here. I've seen others where the money actually goes outside of the community. So having that clear understanding through an agreement. It is a large process, a much needed process to actually determine what the cost per day is for these facilities. That should be done so you can understand what is the rate that you're charging the users. Your user fees should be based on a number that is determined on, and in my world, it's always ice time, right? If we're paying, if we're charging $110 per hour, I'm not sure if that's what the rate is. Chances are most arenas, it's probably costing you $325 to produce that hour of ice when you factor in your hydro, your depreciation, your staffing, all of that, right? So we can go through a process that identifies this is what it's actually costing us. And then these are the fees and charges that are based that council has approved. And then this is your subsidy. I would say that's a very well worth process to go through, because it will inform your fees and charges. I can tell you probably 75% of the municipalities around here aren't basing their fees and charges on the actual cost. You basically look next door and say, what are they charging? Right. So it would be an interesting task to go through, a worthwhile task to go through. I would say for us to be able to move forward with negotiations with the Cultural Foundation, having an idea of a percentage would be very helpful, but not a showstopper. We can move forward with it. Sounds like we're in a bit of a range between the 40 and 50 range. So we can move forward with those discussions, but I do want to make sure that we are actively negotiating so that the Meaford Cultural Foundation can plan accordingly for 2026. I think it doesn't have to be a 5-year agreement either. We may look at it and say, you know what, there's a lot of work to do here. You know, let's do another extension for 2026, but we're going to get this nailed down for 2027. And look at it across the board. I know the other service clubs and other groups that are watching this are watching it quite closely to see what it means for them. At the end of the day, these are essentially businesses, these service clubs, and they're businesses, and they're trying to figure out their budget. And at the end of the day, their users are the ones who are paying for the increases as well. So I think it's a good process to be able to move forward with. And we can keep this one at freezing it to this year. The one thing I will say that I'm usually pretty cautious of, in my opinion, I don't think staff time should be subsidized. I think hall rentals should be subsidized. Pieces of the facilities can be subsidized, but I'm a big believer that when we start subsidizing, which part of that 41% is subsidizing staff, I don't find that appropriate, because those are costs. Those are direct costs, those are human resources that we're paying for, the taxpayers paying for. So there's elements of what criteria would be subsidized and what wouldn't be subsidized. So roundabout answer to a pretty simple question, but we can move forward as is without a percentage. That is fine if council would like more information.
Councilor Greenfield.
Worship, through you again to Mr. Everett. If subsidy rates are say increase somewhat to not only the Meaford Cultural Foundation and MEF, but to other community groups, is that eventually going to lead to an increase in hall rental rates overall? Is that is that the downside of this?
This is where I love being the staff side. The only thing that will dictate fees and charges going up are council. We can provide council with the information of what it actually costs for the facility, but ultimately council are the ones who set the fees and charges. And I think that's something that in my short time here, I think I'm expressing to groups as much as I possibly can. Staff do not have the ability to change any fees and charges without the clear direction of council. And I love the opportunity to say this in public, to be able to get it out there that staff does not have that ability. Those would be through direct ask to council, and then council also has the final authority on the annual fees and charges.
You were going to speak, Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has been a really good conversation. And I can hear what my fellow councillor Forder is talking about, being a businessman, that you're looking about solvency. You're looking about your capacity to still perform. My opening comments on this is that this group does value added to this community. I also like, Mr. CAO, your comment that just because we're having this conversation right here, right now, isn't going to stop this conversation that municipality is going to have with the foundation. And I like that. I think that this conversation that you've opened up about subsidies, percentages, and things like that, I think it flows directly into budget time. And when we set what something is worth, and then all of a sudden we're not getting that worth when it's done. So it's a huge scope of a simple question. And I like that you're not going to be stopped if council today doesn't say a figure. I think that for myself, I'd like to really consider that. I know working with the arena too, with ice time, because you pay $110 an hour and you say, oh, gee, I got to charge 110, but it's way more than 110 bucks an hour. And then just on that, we have the skating club, we have the minor hockey club, we have all of them. And they're all trying to keep their head above water, and they're all trying to do what they do. And so we're saying, what is the true value of the time? And I do appreciate your comment when you said about subsidizing staff time. I think that is an absolute given that they need to pay for that. Then the question becomes, how many staff do you need to have at your event? Can you use 1, 2, or do you need 12? That kind of thing. So today for myself, I don't think I wish to put a number on it, and I don't think I wish to answer the question, should you call it, Mr. Mayor, for a percentage? I think this is a conversation for the future, and for right now, to direct the CAO to get back at this, and they will hear this conversation, and they will be able to tell those persons, if you do this to us at a certain percentage, you're not going to get something, or we can't do something. And that's what you need to have for feedback on it. And I think you will. So thanks for the opportunity, Mr. Mayor.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and just a couple of additional points, because I think this is just such an important conversation. And looking at Steve's chair and thinking if Steve were here, he might happen to say, you know, the good folks out in Sydenham who say that they don't use our local facilities, and yet, you know, through their tax levies, some of their monies will go to support what we're talking about here. But I really want to emphasize, you know, our volunteerism and how incredibly fortunate Meaford is to be blessed with people who make commitments and they follow through, in our organizations and all of our clubs that do such great work. And particularly if we look at our community wellness plan and the activities and the sportsmanship and you know, the camaraderie and the fellowship that is provided by all of the work of these different organizations and clubs through the volunteerism opportunities that they offer and the great good that they do for our municipality. So I think it's really important that we take the time to get this right and to recognize, again, the importance of it, and to reach a percentage that is fair, that our groups can work with, so that they can continue to do the good work that they do, that they can continue to rent our facilities and provide the services that they do to the community, and that we can be comfortable with the financial side of things, so that we can have, have the knowledge that we will get through the report that our CAO will bring to us, so that then we can say to all of our residents that this is what the number is and this is why it is what it is. So I'll look forward to that report, Mr. CAO. Thank you.
So I think what I'm hearing is that we want to pass this resolution, but we are not going to at this time name a specific number. But I've made some notes here, and I'm sure you have as well, CAO Everett. And I think staff can work from here. So all in favor of the motion as it stands? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Okay. Updates from members appointed to County Council. Deputy Mayor, do we have a report on the County Council?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The last County Council meeting was August the 14th. Was a lengthy agenda, as that was our only meeting in August. We heard a passionate presentation from Sarah Cassidy regarding the proposed BCOM Inc., the Highlands Estate proposal in Eugenia. Neighboring residents of this project are very concerned. Sorry, just lost my spot there for a moment. And that's the wrong one. Sorry, just bear with me a second. Okay. No. Sorry, I usually have this printed out, but in any event, here we are. And this is the one. Okay, so the Highlands Estate in Eugenia, and the residents are concerned about this development. It's proposed to be an event venue with a health spa, trails, and accommodations on 40.76 hectares of property. And they're looking to develop 1.05 hectares with 3 parking lots, 7 campsites, 5 guest cabins, a 16-person guest house, and an event hall serviced by outdoor portable toilets for a period of 3 years, and then a proper septic system would be required. And so for the people, they would really like to see that downsized. So we'll have further conversation about that particular project. And also the potential of a paid parking lot at the rail trail and county forest sites was considered. Grey County operates 45 forest properties and 77 kilometers of trails. 4 forest lots and 2 trails were investigated. The average cost to maintain a parking lot is $15,000 to $25,000 depending on the winter. So it was decided that Markdale, Collapore, and Rockford sites would be further reviewed. There is enough usage of these sites to warrant a paid parking program, but that's not going to happen at this point in time. JPM Architects were awarded the tender for designing the new Early On Center in Hanover at a cost of $119,750. Land was acquired late in the spring for this build on 17th Street in Hanover. This is the busiest Early On site in the province. The minutes from the Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee were discussed. All lower tiers are members of that except for us. We have our own committee, very aptly supported by our new clerk. So I'll skip over that one. And as well, the minutes were presented from the, oh, I'm having trouble keeping this up. Minutes were presented from the Joint Municipal Services Committee. This is a really interesting committee, and I'm excited about being part of it. There's just 5 members on it from Grey County, but we're undertaking work considering recommendations to bring forward to County Council. And we discussed many options that could be considered for shared servicing. And we agreed to focus on waste management services, recognizing that in the province, we only have 10 years of landfill capacity ahead of us. We also asked staff for further information on staff retention and attraction, which would involve the opportunity for employees to potentially move around the lower tiers and to advance themselves to the county level, or perhaps, come back to their own lower tiers with additional experience. So the idea is to keep people working within county boundaries. And the third consideration is doctor recruitment. We know this is a provincial responsibility, as we've talked about at this table before, but we know that it's also falling upon our shoulders. And so the thinking was if it became a focus at Grey County, it's more strength in numbers at that level. So that is generally the gist of last meeting, and we meet again this Thursday for the next county council. Thank you.
And if I may, Deputy Mayor, it seems to me that we actually did turn down the Eugenia proposal. And I think it's a closed door, and that was turned down by Grey Highlands Council, and we turned it down as well, largely on the basis of the fact that the existing venue facilities were built without a building permit. And I think that was the sort of the final blow, because these people are business people from out of town and should understand that you need a building permit to proceed. And so they also wanted exemptions from noise bylaws, which, just flew in the face of the deputations that we were getting from the property owners in the area. So thank you. But is there any other committees or boards that, okay, over to you, Councillor Yurg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I'll give you a twofer. The Strengthening Our Community committee did meet, and unfortunately Steve was the chair. I'm sure he would have given a report, but seeing that I am second on that, we will have to have a conversation about how that proceeds. But the main takeaway from that one was there was a short-term accommodations group that presented. They were the same ones that presented to Growing Our Economy. And I'm not going to steal too much thunder here because they are planning to come here on the 22nd to give the presentation. I will just say it is a very valuable presentation regarding the value of STAs in the community and the economic value benefits, and hopefully helps shape the upcoming STA agreement that we've been working on. Shifting gears, I'll go to the Grey Salvo Conservation Authority Board, which met on August 27th, and the board heard and accepted the GSCA 2025 to 2035 strategic plan, as well as the priority work plan interim report and a second quarter budget update. Priorities have been set, initiatives are on target, and everything is pretty much on or close to budget. The board thanked the staff for their ongoing efforts. The GSCA administration building renovations are mostly on target with one issue. There's always one. A large skylight over the the center chimney cannot be left or repaired as is, so alternatives were presented to the board. Replacing the skylight with a cupola-style roof was the best aesthetic and cost-efficient solution, and the board okayed a change order for $200,000, as this amount is within the contingency budget of $244,000. Hopefully nothing else large comes forth, because we're eating up a lot of that. Longtime network administrator Les McKay has resigned, and the GSCA has decided to go with an IT managed service provider. IT has become much more specialized, and a dedicated company, much like RSM, can provide more versatile solutions at a $43,000 reduction of having an in-house staff person. 23 applications were received, and NSP Corp was a successful bidder. On September 5th, the GSCA held a volunteer appreciation event at the Harmony Center to recognize the valuable contributions made by volunteers of the English Falls Arboretum Alliance, the Grey Salvo Conservation Foundation, the Beaver River Watershed Initiative, the Friends of Haibu, and the Turtle Stewardship Program. And finally, the Grey Bruce Forest Festival event will be taking place again on October 9th in Allen Park, just west of Durham. This incredibly popular event will bring 1,100 grade 7 students from across Bruce and Grey counties for a day of environmental education in a forest setting. The students travel from station to station, learning about different environmental topics such as forest ecosystems, biodiversity and species at risk, forest resource management, and sustainability at stations run by 300 local high student volunteers.
Thank you. Any other boards or committees? Oh, over to you, Councillor Porter, Heritage.
Yes, sir,
Okay,
Mr.
thank
Mayor,
you.
through you, I have an update for the Heritage Advisory Committee, and we did meet on August 13th. And just a few things that we had on our agenda for that day. One was the heritage permit that was discussed today, that was on today's agenda. So that was all great. We also did receive an update just for the committee's benefit of the Georgian Bay Harbor condos and how that's going back for a second look from a heritage professional. We also did have two of our committee members attended the Ontario Heritage Conference from June 19th to the 21st, and that was in Prince Edward County. And the theme of that conference was preserving stories, building futures. And so both David and Nancy gave a brief summary of their experience there, and it was well worth their time. They found it to be just a great use of their time and very educational. We also did discuss training opportunities, considering the fact that the vast majority of the committee are brand new and haven't received much formal training. So that is something that we're going to be reviewing at the next Heritage Advisory Committee meeting, and make sure that everybody has access to all the training so they can fulfill their roles to the best of their ability. And that was pretty much it. Our next meeting will be Wednesday, October 8th. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to also add that PSAC, our Pump Storage Advisory Committee, will be meeting this Thursday at 5 p.m. And we will, this is an important agenda because we'll be discussing the work plan for the remainder of this term and also looking at the framework for the community benefit agreement. So if anybody's able to attend or wants to listen in, this is an important meeting. Thank you.
And Councillor Greenfield?
Your worship, we did have an investing in infrastructure committee on September the 3rd. Unfortunately, we didn't have quorum for that meeting. We did have our CAO, Mr. Everett, and our Director of Transportation, Mr. Freeze, there, and they had a list with a number of items that they were going to divulge, but as I say, unfortunately, we had no quorum.
Okay, I'm ready for Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. We met with the Grey County Farm Safety Association on August the 21st. The Farm Association has prizes at the local fall fair and all the fall fairs that we support. Artwork first is $5, then $4 and $3, and then when the artwork that the posters that are done, first and second, are sent on down to Grey County's Farm Safety in the Ag Office in Markdale. And we can choose grand prize winners, and first prize for that is $25, $20, and $15. So there's a lot of our money that we have that we put into the youth and into the poster work. And it was a good turnout at the local fall fair here. And it was my privilege once again to be there for a while on behalf of Farm Safety. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I need a motion to move out of committee of the whole of Councillor Forder and Councillor Uhrig, and we're doing that at 3:15 p.m. We don't have that much more on our agenda. Do you want to soldier on here, or do you need a break? Okay. Councillor motions. Anyone have a notice of motion? Councillor Deputy Mayor Keaveney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I do have a notice of motion, and it will be to relocate the mural at the end of Nelson Street, right there at Bayfield, and that motion will come forward at our next meeting. We did hear from the public over the summer. There's a lot of encouragement to move that mural, and there's a lot of reasons to do so. So that motion will come forward at our next meeting.
Any other notices of motion? Councillor Uhrig?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did mention earlier about the Bill 225. So I'm going to be in contact with EMPP that is bringing that forward, and I did want to bring some sort of letter of support from this council to that, so I will be bringing that to the next.
Thank you very much. There are no motions for decision today. And just one more item here. We have the recommendation, be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford hereby adopt the minutes of the council meetings held on July 14 and July 21, 2025, and the closed meeting held on July 21, 2025. Also, council planning minutes from July 14th and July 21st. So I need somebody to move that. Councillor Greenfield, seconded by Councillor Forder. Thank you. All in favor of accepting these minutes. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Is there anything from the communications agenda? Deputy Mayor?
Please pull A.
Yes. Any others? Okay, we will, so I'm going, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I wanted to pull K as well.
Okay, and I'm going to raise item L and item M. So let's go back to the first one, the request for exemption from the Christmas on the Bay. So,
Yes.
okay.
And that request is before us, and I would like to make a motion for council to consider in relation to this letter. And the motion reads that council grant an exemption to the municipality of Meaford's municipal alcohol policy to permit the service and consumption of alcohol within Market Square for the duration of the 2025 Christmas on the Bay Festival, subject to the organizers meeting all requirements of the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario, the AGCO. So I would move that motion.
Is there a seconder? That's seconded by Councillor Yerick. Any discussion? All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. The next item we were polling was item K.
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor. And I was just curious to ask our Director of Planning, do we have a position on green development standards here in Meaford? I know we discussed this a lot at the county, and we haven't really brought that forward here locally. So I just wondered if what our position really was on that endeavor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you, Your Worship. To my knowledge, we don't have a position per se on green development standards. Certainly, many municipalities in the past have brought them into being in order to, enhance the quality and long-term sort of sustainability of development projects. I think there's no position at this time on Bill 17, but we're happy to certainly look into it a little bit more. And council can take comfort. Other than specifically green development standards, there are many other ways sort of indirectly that staff at, experts at the staff level can sort of influence development and make sure that, we get good quality product through our official plans and our other municipal master plans. Sort of those indirect conservation efforts through climate influence and through designing complete streets with landscaping and facilitating active transportation and all that good stuff. So if it's not done directly, certainly we do our best to do it indirectly.
Okay, I'm going to ask our representative on the Grey Bruce OPP Detachment Board, which I believe is Councillor Yerick. First of all, they've reneged on their promise to pay for this board.
Yes, they have. We sent a very strongly worded rebuke to that, and actually it was a request to all the police boards to show solidarity, to go to the province and ask for to have that reinstalled, to have funding put forward. Obviously, we didn't, OPP did not meet in August, also took a break. So We don't have any update on that, but a request was specifically made to reinstate that.
That, I think that's concerning, and I just, you know, as a mayor, a strong mayor, I'm not happy about this. I want to also raise the review and reform of provincial offensive system. Essentially, I don't know why this wasn't in the news. I never heard it if it was, that the province has dismissed a lot of cases. Do we know how many cases or?
Yeah, there was hundreds. So when we discussed that one as well, and yeah, there was again, we had the OPP officials and actually have to explain why this happened because they share the same frustration. They're doing all the work and then it all got thrown out. So they blamed the government blamed it on a funding issue with not having the enough staff to carry the caseload. So the obvious response was, oh, great. Does that mean moving forward that this is just going to be a recurring theme where things happen, we don't have enough staff to prosecute it, and so they just get a walk? And they said the province apparently is assuring that they're increasing their staff load so that they can accommodate this. That is not going to, unfortunately, undo what has already been done. And again, so there was we also requested whether this was something that was kind of a broad-based, whether there were other police boards in the province that did something, that experienced something similar with their municipalities, and it wasn't. So it was rather interesting that it was specific to us. So once again, a letter of concern that this happened and that it cannot happen again has been sent. And again, that was sent to all the other police boards to make sure that they're aware that that kind of thing has transpired and could happen. So the government is just telling us that they're going to try and not do it in the future.
It's certainly disturbing, justice not being done, so. Okay, we are ready now to move into a closed session, so I just want to thank everyone who participated in the session this afternoon. And the recommendation at this point is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford does now go into a closed session in the boardroom at 3:25 p.m. with the CAO, Acting Clerk, and Director of Human Resources, Community Services in attendance to discuss personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. And that is open meeting exemption B of section 239, subsection 2 of the Municipal Act 2001. And it's specifically about the corporate organization structure of our municipality.
My apologies for interrupting. I think you might have an old version of the agenda because it has been updated with 3 other closed session components.
Okay, this is what I received on Tuesday, and I get and I have not seen anything since. So, okay, thank you. Let's start again here. First of all, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. Open meeting exemption of C of section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, specifically related to a municipal facility lease. B, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. Open meeting exemption of C of section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, specifically a potential strategic acquisition of land. And C, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality of local board. Open meeting exemption K of section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, specifically relating to the waiving of confidential closed session material. And D, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or land or local board exemption B of section 239, subsection 2 of the Municipal Act 2001, specifically about the corporate organizational structure with the Director of Human Resources and Community Services joining us. So a mover and a seconder to do this. Councillor Forder and Councillor Yorick. Thank you. So I will be back to report out following this meeting, and one more, please.
My apologies. We just need a formal vote to go into closed session. I think we
Okay,
have the mover and a
sorry.
seconder, but just the vote, please.
Okay, so let's hold the vote. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, and we'll see you on the other side of this closed meeting. Okay, reporting out on the closed session. Direction has been given to staff on each of the items that were discussed, and they were a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. And finally, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, specifically about the corporate organizational structure with the development of human resources and community services in that part of the meeting, and our newly appointed clerk in the first three items. We've one more piece of business tonight. The recommendation is, be it resolved that bylaw 2025-51, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of today's meeting of council of the Corporation of the Municipality of Meaford, be taken as read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed. All in favor? Yep. Okay, well, this is very formal. Mover is Councillor Greenfield, seconder Deputy Mayor, and all in favor? That's unanimous again. Thank you. And with that, thank you for bearing with us.